Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The mist coiled like spectral serpents around the ancient stones of Dol Guldur, where shadows lingered even in daylight. The fortress that once housed Sauron himself now stood abandoned, its twisted spires clawing at the sky like the fingers of a corpse. Yet beneath this desolation, a small figure moved with deliberate purpose, his quill scratching against parchment with quiet determination. Adelardo Boffin was not what one would expect of an explorer in these accursed lands. Standing barely 3.5 feet tall, with curly chestnut hair and large hairy feet, the hobbit seemed more suited to tending gardens or brewing ale than charting the remnants of darkness. Yet here he stood, measuring the angles of crumbling towers and noting the positions of ominous statues whose eyes seemed to follow his movements. East Tower bears markings consistent with Second Age architecture, he muttered to himself, making another careful notation on his expanding map. Curious mixture of Enmenrine and darker influences. Most fascinating, a breeze whispered through the ruins, carrying the faint scent of decay and something else, something watchful. Adelardo's pointed ears twitched. 6 weeks in the Brown Lands had honed his senses to detect danger, and now every instinct urged him to hide. Quickly rolling his parchment, he ducked behind a fallen column just as a patrol of men emerged from the mist. They were not the woodland scouts that occasionally passed through these lands, nor were they the merchants who braved the eastern routes. These men moved with furtive purpose, their dark robes embroidered with symbols that made Adelardo's skin crawl. At their lead walked a pale figure who seemed more wraith than man, his white hair flowing despite the still air. "The alignments are correct, Master Cadris," one of the robed men said. "The stars will reach the configuration within a fortnight," the pale leader nodded. "Then we shall proceed as planned. The relics must be assembled at the central chamber by the new moon. The necromancer's legacy shall not remain dormant forever." Adelardo's breath caught in his throat. The necromancer, the name once used for Sauron himself during his occupation of this very fortress. Whatever these men sought could not bode well for the free peoples of Middle-earth. The hobbit remained motionless until the patrol disappeared into the depths of the ruins. Only then did he release his breath, his mind racing with what he had witnessed. The commission from the dwarves of Erebor to map the Brown Lands had seemed straightforward enough a chance for adventure and to practice his cartographic arts beyond the borders of the Shire. Now he found himself entangled in something far more sinister. "I should leave," he whispered to himself, clutching his precious maps. "Return to Erebor and report what I've seen." Yet even as he gathered his belongings, Adelardo knew he could not simply walk away. If these cultists were indeed seeking to revive some aspect of the Dark Lord's power, someone needed to learn more and perhaps stop them. With a sigh that belied his small stature, the Hobbit cartographer adjusted his pack and followed the path the men had taken, deeper into the shadows of Dol Guldur. The underground passages beneath the fortress proved a labyrinth of nightmares. Adelardo's small elvish lantern, a parting gift from his grandfather, cast a soft blue glow that seemed to retreat from the pressing darkness rather than dispel it. The walls themselves felt malevolent, carved with runes whose meanings were lost to all but the most ancient and terrible of beings. This was not on anyone's maps, Adelardo murmured, adding details to his own parchment as he progressed. His meticulous nature would not allow him to leave any passage uncharted, even as fear gnawed at his heart. A distant sound of metal against stone froze him in place. Drawing his small dagger more a letter opener than a weapon, Adelardo pressed himself against the wall and doused his lantern. The darkness was absolute, but the approaching footsteps were not those of the cultists. They were heavier, more deliberate. "I know you're there," came a gruff, feminine voice. "I can smell the pipeweed on you, stranger." Adelardo hesitated, then relit his lantern to reveal a stocky dwarven woman, her beard braided with steel beads that clinked softly with each movement. Her axe, however, was pointed directly at the hobbit's throat. "A halfling," she said, surprise evident in her voice. "What business brings one of the Shire folk to this accursed place?" "I might ask the same of a Dwarrodam," Adelardo replied, lowering his dagger. "Few of your kind venture this far from mountain halls." The dwarf's eyes narrowed, then she lowered her axe slightly. "I am Nori, daughter of Dori of Erebor. My brother Ori has gone missing during an expedition to recover ancient texts from these ruins. I track his path, Adelardo Buffin, cartographer. At your service," the hobbit responded with a polite bow. "Commissioned by King Thorin III himself to map the brown lands now that the shadow has receded." He hesitated, then added, "Though I fear shadows still linger here. I've seen men, cultists I believe, speaking of relics and the necromancer's legacy." Nori's face darkened. "Then our purposes may align, Master Boffin. My brother's last message spoke of discovering a hidden library beneath Dol Guldur, containing knowledge from the dark days. I fear these cultists may have found him." A new voice, melodic yet strained, emerged from the shadows behind them. "They have taken more than just your brother." Dwarf, both Adelardo and Nori whirled to face the newcomer. An elf stood there, though not like any elf Adelardo had seen in illustrations. This elf's once fair features were marred by a twisting scar that ran from temple to jaw, and his green cloak was tattered and stained with what looked disturbingly like blood. "Findle of the Woodland Realm," the elf introduced himself with a slight bow. "Or what remains of it. I have tracked these cult members for 3 moons, ever since they raided our eastern outposts and stole artifacts under King Thranduil's protection." The unlikely trio exchanged glances, suspicion gradually giving way to recognition of their common cause. In the depths of an ancient evil's former stronghold, hobbit, dwarf, and elf formed an alliance that would have seemed absurd in more peaceful times. Adelardo's maps proved invaluable as they navigated deeper into the underground complex. The hobbit's careful notations revealed patterns invisible to casual observation, how certain corridors aligned with constellations, how chambers were arranged in formations that mimicked arcane symbols. "These aren't just passages," he explained as they paused in a circular room with 7 doorways. "They're a mechanism of sorts. The entire understructure is designed like a massive ritual space." Nori examined the carved floor with a craftsman's eye. "Dwarven work, but corrupted. My ancestors were forced to build this during the dark days of the Second Age." Findle nodded grimly. "The necromancer Sauron was ever a collector of knowledge and artifice. Even in defeat, he ensured his legacy would endure." A distant chanting echoed through the corridors, sending a chill through Adelardo's small frame. Without discussion, the 3 companions moved toward the sound, guided by the hobbit's growing map and Findle's keen hearing. They emerged onto a hidden gallery overlooking a vast chamber that defied the natural dimensions of the fortress above. Dozens of robed cultists encircled an altar of black stone, upon which lay various artifacts: a ring of tarnished silver, a dagger with a crystalline blade, a tome bound in what appeared suspiciously like human skin, and a crown of twisted metal that seemed to absorb the torchlight around it. Chained to a pillar near the altar stood a battered dwarf who could only be Nori's brother Ori, and beside him, other prisoners, men of Dale, an elf maiden, and even a sullen-looking eagle with clipped wings. The pale leader, Cadris, raised his hands to the assembled cultists. "The stars align, my brethren. Tonight, we shall channel the dormant power of Dol Guldur through these relics of the dark days." Though the One Ring is destroyed and the eye extinguished, fragments of the necromancer's essence remain in these artifacts. Collected at great cost from across Middle-earth, they seek to resurrect some aspect of Sauron's power, Findle whispered, horror evident in his voice. Nori gripped her axe tighter. "We must stop them." Now, but Adelardo raised a hand, his cartographer's mind racing as he studied the chamber below. "Wait. Look at the patterns on the floor. The ritual space. It's incomplete, indeed. As the Hobbit pointed out, the elaborate design carved into the chamber floor had a segment missing a wedge of empty space where the pattern simply ended. The chamber was never finished. Adelardo continued, excitement overcoming fear. That's why they needed the artifacts to compensate for the incomplete ritual space. What good does that knowledge do us? Nori hissed, watching as the cultists began placing the artifacts at specific points around the chamber. Adelardo's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Every mechanism has a weakness. If we disrupt even one element, the Hobbit's plan was simple, yet audacious. While Nori created a distraction at the chamber's main entrance, Findle would use his elven stealth to free the prisoners. Meanwhile, Adelardo would use his small size and knowledge of the chamber's design to reach the central altar and displace the artifacts from their ritual positions. What followed was chaos worthy of the greatest tales. Nori's battle cry echoed through the chamber as she charged the entrance, her axe claiming 2 cultists before they could even register her presence. Findle moved like a shadow among the pillars, his elvish dagger making short work of the prisoners' bonds. And Adelardo, small and overlooked, slipped beneath the awareness of the panicking cultists. Using his mapping tools, he carefully measured the exact positions of the artifacts before methodically moving each one several inches from its designated place. The pale leader, Cadris, realized too late what was happening. As he reached for the central tome, the disrupted pattern began to glow with an ominous light. "No," he screamed, lunging for Adelardo. "Do you know what you've done, halfling?" But the Hobbit stood his ground, clutching his maps like a shield. "Introduced a cartographic error," he replied with surprising calm. "Quite intentional, I assure you." The chamber trembled as the disrupted ritual backfired spectacularly. Beams of sickly green light erupted from the misaligned artifacts, striking the cultists rather than coalescing as intended. Where the light touched, corruption spread, turning robed figures to dust within moments. Cadris howled as his form began to disintegrate. "This isn't the end. The shadow always returns. But not today," Adelardo whispered, watching as the self-proclaimed heir to the necromancer crumbled to ash. In the aftermath, as the freed prisoners gathered their strength and Nori embraced her rescued brother, Findle approached the Hobbit cartographer with newfound respect. "Maps and measurements," the elf said wonderingly. Who would have thought the salvation of Middle-earth would come not from warriors or wizards, but from a hobbit with a quill and compass? Adelardo smiled modestly as he carefully rolled up his most important map, yet the one that had saved them all. "The smallest details often matter most," he replied. "A lesson we hobbits understand better than most," As they emerged from the ruins of Dol Guldur into the clean light of dawn, the fortress itself seemed to sag, as if the final vestiges of its dark purpose had at last been exhausted. The brown lands stretched before them. No longer quite so brown was that a touch of green in the distance. For Adelardo Boffin, whose greatest adventure had once been mapping the far reaches of the North Farthing, the journey home would be long. But his maps would guide the way, and more importantly, they would ensure that some shadows remained firmly in the past where they belonged. Story 2. The white towers of Minas Tirith gleamed like spears of pearl thrust against the azure sky, their banners of silver and sable rippling in the spring breeze that swept across the plains of Gondor. Among the towering humans that walked the city's spiraling streets, a peculiar figure moved with determined steps, though he stood no taller than a child. Hildegrim Tufflefoot, ambassador of the Shire, clutched his leather satchel tightly against his embroidered waistcoat as he navigated the crowded marketplace, his hairy feet padding softly on the ancient stone. Make way for the halfling diplomat, called a city guardsman, though his voice carried more amusement than respect. Hildegrim had grown accustomed to such treatment in the month since his arrival. The court of King Eldarion, son of the legendary Aragorn LOTR, viewed the Hobbit ambassador as little more than a curiosity, a political courtesy extended to the Shire in recognition of the ring-bearers sacrificed generations ago. Yet Hildegrim took his position with the seriousness befitting a Tufflefoot. His family had always been oddities, even among hobbits, with their wanderlust and fascination with the affairs of the big folk. When Mayor Samwise Fairburn had sought a representative to Gondor, Hildegrim had volunteered before the words had fully left the mayor's mouth. Now, as he hurried toward the uppermost circle of the White City for the council's evening gathering, Hildegrim found himself wondering if he had been too hasty. The great chamber with its intimidating marble columns and stern-faced nobles made him long for the simple comforts of his hobbit hole in Michel Delving. "You'll be late again," Master Halfling called a gruff voice from the shadows of an alleyway. The hobbit jumped, nearly dropping his diplomatic scrolls. A cloaked figure emerged, a dwarf with a beard of copper and silver braided intricately beneath a stern face. Thorgin, a merchant from the Lonely Mountain, had become one of the few allies Hildegrim could claim in the city. "The council waits for no one," Thorgin continued, falling into step beside the hobbit, not even those with royal blood, much less those with hairy toes. "I was detained by the most fascinating conversation with the keeper of the archives," Hildegrim replied, quickening his pace. "Did you know there are scrolls describing hobbit settlements east of the Misty Mountains from before the Wandering Days?" "I must examine them further," when his words died in his throat as they rounded the corner into the court of the fountain. Beneath the withered white tree, a cluster of royal guards surrounded a fallen figure. Crimson bloomed across white marble. "Back," commanded the captain of the guard, but not before Hildegrim glimpsed the face of the victim, Lord Amdir, the king's trusted counselor. The hobbit froze, his blood turning to ice as he caught the whispered words of a dying man. "The shadow returns. The northern guardian, harbinger in the mountains." Then, most chilling of all, Amdir's fading eyes found Hildegrim in the crowd. "The halfling," he gasped, raising a bloodied finger toward the hobbit ambassador. He must know. Lord Amdir's hand fell limp, and chaos erupted. Guards shouted contradictory orders. Nobles fled in panic, and somewhere a woman's scream pierced the evening air. Thorgin's strong hand clasped Hildegrim's shoulder. "Run," the dwarf hissed. "Now. But I've done nothing that matters not. You've been marked." The dwarf thrust a sealed parchment into the hobbit's hands. "Take this to the guardians of the north. Find Burgle at the Stallion's Rest in Edoras. He will guide you onward Before Hildegrim could protest, a commanding voice rang out across the courtyard. "Seize the halfling." By order of Lord Castamere, Thorgin shoved Hildegrim toward a narrow side passage. "Fly, you fool of a Tufflefoot. I will find you when I can." Thus began Hildegrim Tufflefoot's unexpected journey from respected ambassador to hunted fugitive in the span of a single blood-soaked moment. Minas Tirith's lower circles became a labyrinth of terror for the Hobbit. His small stature proved advantageous as he slipped through crowds and squeezed into spaces no man could follow. By nightfall, Hildegrim had reached the Great Gate, his heart thundering in his chest like the drums of Moria. The guards at the gate scrutinized every traveler. Escape seemed impossible until a covered wagon rolled toward the exit, laden with empty barrels returning to the vineyards of Lossarnock. "Forgive me," Hildegrim whispered as he climbed among the barrels, burrowing beneath a tarp that smelled of sour wine and old wood. Hours of uncomfortable jostling passed before Hildegrim dared emerge from his hiding place. The wagon had stopped in a small village, the driver nowhere to be seen. Under the silver light of a waxing moon, the hobbit slipped away, orienting himself by the distant silhouette of the White Mountains. "Erebor," he murmured, recalling Thorgin's instructions. "I must reach Rowan for 3 days." Hildegrim traveled by night and hid by day, subsisting on wild berries and stream water. On the 4th morning, bone-weary and mud-splattered, he crouched in the hollow of an ancient oak, examining the sealed parchment Thorgin had given him. The wax seal bore no mark. He recognized not the tree of Gondor, nor the horse of Rowan, but a single star surrounded by 7 smaller stars. With trembling fingers, he broke the seal and unfolded the message. Written in an elegant hand were words that made little sense to the exhausted hobbit. When the white crown falters, look to the mountains pale, where ancient guardians slumber beyond the veil. The heir of the steward walks a shadowed path, and eastern magic awakens forgotten wrath. Seek the 7th stone in the forgotten hall, ere the bloodline of kings shall wither and fall. Below this cryptic verse was a roughly drawn map showing the White Mountains and a location marked with an X near what appeared to be a hidden valley. "What have I stumbled into?" Hildegrim whispered to the empty forest. "Trouble, by the looks of it," came a response. Hildegrim leapt to his feet, nearly hitting his head on a low branch. Before him stood a slender figure in the worn leathers of a Rohirrim rider, though something about the stance seemed odd. As the figure removed its helmet, golden hair spilled forth, revealing a young woman's face. "You're not very good at hiding, halfling," she said, her accent thick with the rolling cadence of the Rittermark. "I've been following you since you crossed into the grasslands." Hildegrim's hand went to the small knife at his belt, a pitiful defense, but all he had. The woman laughed. "Put that away before you hurt yourself. If I meant you harm, you'd be bound and delivered to those black-cloaked men hunting you." "Black-cloaked men?" Hildegrim felt his mouth go dry. "They offer gold for a curly-headed halfling with a diplomatic seal." "I thought you might be worth more to Burgle." Hildegrim's heart skipped. "You know Burgle. All who serve the true king know Burgle." She extended her hand. "I am Owen Underhill, though my friends call me Winna. I was named for the shield maiden who slew the Witch King, Hildegrim Tufflefoot. At your service," the hobbit replied, cautiously taking her hand. "A strange service you offer, Master Tufflefoot, running through the wilds with a price on your head." She gestured to a horse grazing nearby. "Come." Erebor is still 3 days on foot, but only one by horseback. The golden hall of Mediceld gleamed in the afternoon sun as Hildegrim and Winna approached Erebor. The city, built upon a hill, seemed both imposing and welcoming to the weary travelers. "We cannot enter through the main gates," Winna explained, guiding her horse around to a less traveled path. Your pursuers will have sent word ahead through a series of narrow alleys and hidden passages. They eventually reached a modest tavern tucked away in the shadow of the great hall. The sign of a rearing stallion swung in the breeze. Inside the stallion's rest, the air hung heavy with pipe smoke and the scent of roasted meat. Few patrons paid heed to the odd pair, a Rohirrim warrior and a halfling, as they slipped into a shadowed corner booth. An elderly man with keen eyes approached their table, setting down 2 mugs of amber ale without being asked. "The eastern winds bring strange travelers," he said cryptically. Winnie responded without hesitation. "But the northern star guides them true." The old man nodded, satisfaction crossing his weathered features. "I am Burgle, son of Bergen, once guard of the citadel. You must be the halfling ambassador, former ambassador, it seems," Hildegrim replied grimly, producing the sealed parchment from his inner pocket. "I witnessed the murder of Lord Amdir in Minas Tirith. With his dying breath, he marked me, though I know not why." Burgle's face darkened as he examined the parchment and its broken seal. "The 7 stars," he murmured. "The secret guardians of the White Mountains. I had thought them legend. What is happening, Burgle?" Winna asked. Why would Castamer's men hunt a hobbit diplomat? The old man glanced around the tavern before leaning closer. "Dark forces move in Gondor. Lord Castamere, cousin to the king, has surrounded himself with advisors from Ron who whisper of ancient powers. Some say he seeks forbidden knowledge from the days before the fall of Mordor." Hildegrim felt a shudder pass through him. The message speaks of eastern magic and forgotten wrath. Could this be related? Indeed, Burgle nodded gravely. There are whispers that Castamere has found scrolls from the dark days, incantations that could awaken powers that should remain dormant. "The 7 stars have watched the White Mountains for generations, guarding ancient secrets, but why involve me?" Hildegrim asked, his voice rising in frustration. "I'm just a hobbit." A sad smile crossed Burgle's face. "Because, Master Tufflefoot, sometimes the smallest hands turn the wheels of the world." "Lord Amdir must have learned of Castamer's plans and chosen you outsider, overlooked, underestimated to carry word to the Guardians. Then we must reach these Guardians," Winna declared. "No easy task," Burgle warned. "The path leads through Dunharrow and into the Dimholt, the haunted mountain where few dare tread." Hildegrim took a long draught of ale, finding unexpected courage in its warmth. "I did not ask for this quest, but neither did Frodo Baggins ask to carry the One Ring. If it is my fate to follow in the footsteps of greater hobbits, then so be it." As the 3 conspirators planned their journey into the mountains, darkness gathered beyond the walls of Erebor. Black-cloaked riders approached from the south, and in the highest tower of Minas Tirith, Lord Castamere performed rituals with artifacts of terrible power, preparing to awaken something ancient and malevolent in the White Mountains. The fate of Gondor now rested, improbably, in the hairy feet of a hobbit diplomat who had never before ventured beyond the gentle hills of the Shire. Story 3. The golden roses of Westfarthing bloomed impossibly large in the first light of dawn, their petals unfurling like miniature suns to greet the morning. Among them moved a hobbit with dirt-stained hands and a contented smile, his fingers working with a gentleness that belied their strength. Faramir Gamgee, great-grandson of the legendary Samwise, hummed an old tune as he tended his prized garden, the most celebrated in all the Shire, and perhaps in all the lands westward to the sea. "Good morning, my beauties," he whispered to a cluster of starflowers that shimmered with an almost ethereal light. These were no ordinary blooms, but descended from seeds gifted by the elves of Rivendell generations ago. Under Faramir's care, they thrived as they had nowhere else since the departure of the Eldar from Middle-earth. The morning's tranquility shattered as Faramir's trowel struck something solid beneath the soil. The sound was not the dull thud of stone, but a clear ring, almost musical. Curious, he brushed away the dark earth to reveal something gleaming silver, a ring, plain, but for delicate inscriptions that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "Now, what might you be?" Faramir murmured, lifting the ring carefully between soil-crusted fingers. It was surprisingly light, almost weightless, yet felt somehow significant. The wary caution bred into hobbits since the days of the ring-bearer made him hesitate before slipping it into his waistcoat pocket, rather than onto his finger. That night, while the ring lay on his bedside table, Faramir dreamed. He saw a forest of silver-trunked trees, their golden leaves whispering secrets in a language just beyond understanding. At the forest's heart stood a lady of terrible beauty, her face ageless yet weary, her eyes reflecting starlight from eons past. She reached toward him with desperate yearning, her lips forming a single word that echoed through the dream. Melithril. Faramir woke with the first light, the name still echoing in his mind. Outside his window, his prize roses had turned silver overnight, their sweet fragrance replaced by something ancient and wild. The questing festival of North Farthing had drawn hobbits from across the Shire, filling Bindbolwood's clearings with tents of patchwork colors and the air with music and laughter. Faramir sat apart from the festivities, turning the silver ring over in his hands while his cousin Margarita Brandybuck chattered excitedly beside him. "You've hardly listened to a word I've said," she accused, her dark curls bouncing as she poked his shoulder. "What's so fascinating about that old trinket anyway?" "I don't know," Faramir admitted. "But since I found it, my dreams have been strange. And my garden, you've seen what's happened to my roses." Margarita's expression softened. She had indeed seen the silver roses, beautiful yet unsettling in their otherworldly perfection. "Perhaps you should speak with old Burrows. They say he has books from the Red Book itself, copies from Gondor's libraries." Before Faramir could respond, a shadow fell across them. Looking up, they beheld a tall figure in a gray cloak, face partly hidden beneath a weather-stained hood. A gardener who on Earth's forgotten things would do well to return them to the soil, the stranger said, voice like gravel and distant thunder. Some treasures were buried for a reason. Faramir, son of gardens, the hobbits jumped to their feet, startled not just by the stranger's ominous words, but that he knew Faramir's name. "Who are you?" Margarita demanded, small hands balled into fists with typical Brandybuck courage. The stranger lowered his hood to reveal a weathered face framed by silver-streaked dark hair. His eyes held the wisdom of countless winters, though his face seemed oddly ageless. "I am called Gwyndr in this age of the world. Once I walked different paths under different stars. Here an elf?" Faramir breathed, recognition dawning. Though the elves had largely departed from Middle-earth, tales still spoke of a few who lingered, bound to the mortal lands by duty or regret. "What remains of one?" Gwyndr replied with a sad smile, his gaze fixed on the ring in Faramir's hand. "You hold there a thing of power and sorrow, little gardener. A ring forged in a region under Celebrimber's guidance, before the great deceiver revealed his true intent." The hobbits exchanged alarmed glances, the shadow of the One Ring's legacy still strong in Shire memory. "Not all rings are bent toward dominion," Gwyndr continued, reading their fear. "This was a keeper's ring, made for the Lady of the Golden Wood, to preserve what she most treasured. When she departed across the sea, it was entrusted to Lord Elrond, and upon his departure, to a guardian sworn to watch over what remained of lawful Reen. But how did it come to be in my garden?" Faramir asked. Gwyndr's face darkened. "That is what I have journeyed to discover." The ring's guardian has vanished, and with him, the last protection of Lothloreen's fading light. The forest dies, little gardener, and your dreams are its dying plea. The journey eastward was unlike anything the hobbits had imagined in their comfortable Shire lives. They crossed the bounds of their homeland with both trepidation and excitement, following paths that their famous ancestors had walked generations before. Gwyndr led them with the tireless stride of the Eldar, his mood growing increasingly somber as they approached the misty mountains. "I still don't understand why we couldn't simply give you the ring," Margarita said one evening as they camped beneath the shadow of the mountains. "Why must Faramir come to this dying forest himself?" Gwyndr's gaze turned toward the ring, which now hung on a silver chain around Faramir's neck. "Because the ring has chosen him, little one. It seeks not just a bearer, but a healer. Your cousin has hands that make things grow and flourish, a rare gift. Even among your kind, I'm just a gardener," Faramir protested. "As was your ancestor," Gwyndr replied. "Yet, Samwise Gamgee helped heal wounds in the world that no warrior's strength could mend. Some battles are fought with swords, others with seeds and soil and stubborn hope. The following days tested their resolve as they navigated treacherous mountain paths and forded swollen streams. Beyond the mountains, they turned southward, following the great river Anduin toward a land that featured prominently in the old tales. When at last they reached the borders of what once was Lothloreen, Faramir felt his heart sink. The legendary golden Malorn trees stood skeletal and bare, their silver bark cracked and peeling. No gentle light illuminated their branches. No ethereal song drifted on the wind. The very air felt thin and sickly. "What happened here?" he whispered, the ring suddenly heavy against his chest. "Time," Gwyndr answered sadly, "and neglect. When the lady departed, much of the forest's power went with her. What remained was guarded by those who stayed behind, using the Keeper's ring to channel their fading strength into the land. But something has broken that bond. As they ventured deeper into the dying forest, Faramir felt the dreams that had haunted him grow more vivid, more urgent. The ring pulsed against his skin, warm and insistent, pulling him forward until they reached a glade where a fountain of stone stood silent and dry, its basin cracked. "Nimrodell's tears," Gwyndr said reverently. "Once, water flowed here that could heal any wound and ease any heart. Now it stands as empty as the rest of this realm." Faramir approached the fountain, drawn by an instinct he couldn't explain. The moment his fingers touched the weathered stone, the ring blazed with silver fire. Visions flooded his mind, not dreams now, but memories, ancient and poignant. He saw the forest in its glory, golden leaves shimmering with inner light, fair faces moving among the Malorn trees, singing in voices like clear water over stones. Then darkness crept in, a corruption subtle and insidious, seeping from the earth itself. The ring's previous guardian, an elf with determined eyes, fighting against the spreading taint until overwhelmed. He had sent the ring away with the last of his strength, hoping it would find one who could complete what he could not. "The corruption comes from below," Faramir gasped as the vision released him. Something dark awakened in the depths of the earth, a remnant of Sauron's malice. Buried but not destroyed, Gwyndr nodded grimly. The hidden price of victory. When the Dark Lord fell, his power did not simply vanish, but seeped into the world like poison, pooling in places where old magic runs deep. "How can we possibly fight such a thing?" Margarita asked, her earlier bravado dimmed by the weight of their discovery. Faramir stood silent, the gardener's mind working through the problem as he would a blighted garden. "We don't fight it," he said finally. "We transform it." The ritual required 3 days of preparation. Following the ring's guidance through Faramir's hands, they gathered what remained of Lothal Reen's fading essence, dew from the last living Malorn leaves, soil from the roots of the eldest trees, water from hidden springs that still remembered the touch of Galadriel's blessing. On the eve of the third day, ancient guardians emerged from the shadows of the forest, spectral elves with translucent forms, the last echoes of those who had refused to abandon their watch, even in death. Their leader, a proud figure with sorrowful eyes, approached Faramir. "You would take up the burden willingly, child of the halfling race?" The spirit asked, its voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The price is high. To bind yourself to this land is to anchor your heart to its fate. You may never again know the simple joys of your homeland without feeling the pull of this wounded forest." Faramir looked around at the dying beauty of Lothal Reen, then thought of his garden in the Shire, of the legacy handed down from Samwise the Brave. "I understand," he said softly. When moonrise came, Faramir stood at the dry fountain's edge, the ring glowing upon his palm. At Gwynder's instruction, he spoke words in an elvish tongue that his lips somehow knew, though his mind did not. The ring rose into the air, spinning, its silver light expanding to encompass the glade. From the earth rose tendrils of darkness, reaching for the light like hungry shadows. For a terrible moment, it seemed they would extinguish the ring's radiance entirely. Faramir felt his strength draining, his knees buckling beneath the onslaught of ancient malice. Then he remembered his roses, how even the weakest seedling would turn toward light, how life always sought to grow, to transform, to heal. With a gardener's patience and a hobbit's stubborn heart, he poured his own essence into the ring's light. "Grow," he whispered, thinking of green things and golden summer days, of seeds pushing through soil toward the sun, of the resilience that lay in even the smallest living thing. The darkness wavered, then began to change. Like compost from decay, the corruption transmuted under the hobbit's will, becoming not an end, but a beginning. The fountain cracked further, then burst apart as a silver sapling pushed through its base, roots drinking deep of the transformed energy. A new Malorn tree, the first born in Middle-earth since the departure of the Eldar, reached toward the sky with branches of surpassing beauty. Around it, the forest stirred as if from a long slumber. Faramir slumped to the ground, exhausted beyond measure. The ring had vanished, absorbed into the miracle of renewal that spread outward from the glade like ripples in still water. Margarita cradled his head, tears streaming down her face. "Is he?" She couldn't finish the question. Gwynder knelt beside them, wonder and sorrow mingling in his ancient eyes. "He lives, but he is changed." The ring's power is now his burden and his gift. Slowly, Faramir opened his eyes, which now held a hint of silver light that had not been there before. "I can feel it," he whispered. "The forest. Every root and branch and leaf. They're waking up." In the days that followed, the transformation of Lothal Reen continued. Though it would never again be the realm of legend, neither would it fade entirely from the world. The spectral guardians found peace at last, fading into gentle light as their long vigil ended. When at last Faramir and Margarita prepared to return to the Shire, Gwynder presented them with a small box of Malorn wood. "Seeds," he explained, "from the new tree. A garden in the Shire that grows both Westfarthing roses and Malorn saplings will be a fitting bridge between worlds." Faramir accepted the gift with reverence, knowing that he would return to Lothal Reen many times in the years to come. The silver light in his eyes had dimmed to a barely perceptible gleam, but the connection remained. A hobbit gardener, bound to an elven forest, an unlikely guardian for an age when magic slowly faded from the world, but never completely vanished. For as Samwise Gamgee had once said, The best gardens are those where something of the gardener's soul takes root alongside the plants. And Faramir Gamgee had given part of his soul to a dying forest, transforming both it and himself in ways that would become legend in both hobbit holes and the fading memories of immortal beings. The story of the gardener and the ring would be told in the Shire for generations, alongside tales of ring bearers and the War of the Ring, a reminder that even in times of peace, there remained adventures for those with the heart to find them, and healing for wounds that lingered in the quiet corners of the world. Story 4. The ancient library of Michel Delving lay silent in the pre-dawn hours, its shelves of weathered tomes bathed in the amber glow of a single oil lamp. Outside, the rolling hills of the Shire slumbered beneath a blanket of autumn mist, but within these hallowed walls, Mungo Baggins remained wide awake, his nimble fingers carefully turning the fragile pages of a leather-bound volume whose red cover had faded to the color of dried blood. The Red Book of Westmark, the most treasured relic of Hobbit history, penned by the legendary Bilbo and Frodo Baggins themselves. As the appointed keeper of records, Mungo had spent countless hours poring over the text, memorizing every adventure, every song, every description of lands beyond the Shire's peaceful borders. But tonight, something extraordinary had happened. A loose page had slipped from the binding, a page he had never seen before, written in a shaky hand that suggested great age. "My dearest friend," the hidden note began, "I write this in my final days at Rivendell, when my mind still holds clarity enough to record what must not be forgotten. The treasure of Erebor that none have discovered greater than all the gold Smaug once coveted lies hidden where none would think to look." Mungo's heart hammered against his ribs as he read on, the flickering lamplight dancing across words that spoke of a secret chamber beneath the lonely mountain, of knowledge hidden away by Bilbo himself during his journey there. Not gold or jewels, but something far more precious, the last complete record of dragon tongue, the language of fire and ancient days, with which one might awaken the stone guardians who slumber beneath the roots of the world. The hobbits' hands trembled. Dragons had been gone from Middle-earth for generations, their language lost to all but the most obscure legends. If such a manuscript truly existed, a sudden crash shattered the night's silence. The library door burst open, splintering at its hinges, and 3 tall figures swept into the room like shadows given form. Their cloaks shimmered with an iridescent quality reminiscent of raven feathers, and beneath their hoods gleamed eyes as cold and pale as winter stars. "Where is it, halfling?" the tallest intruder demanded, voice melodious yet menacing, the fragment left by the ring-bearer. "Give it to us, and you may yet see another sunrise." Terror gripped Mungo's heart, but generations of Baggins' blood ran in his veins. With a quickness that surprised even himself, he stuffed the precious page into his waistcoat pocket, extinguished the lamp, and dove beneath the reading table. "Search everything," the intruder commanded. "The master must have what is rightfully his." Mungo crawled silently across the floor, grateful for the hobbit ability to move unseen when necessary. The dark elves, for what else could these fell beings be? Overturned shelves and scattered books in their frantic search. In the chaos, Mungo slipped through the open door and fled into the night, the weight of Bilbo's secret heavy in his pocket, and the knowledge of what he must do even heavier in his heart. The eastern road stretched before Mungo like a pale ribbon cutting through the autumn landscape. 3 days had passed since his flight from Michel Delving, 3 days of avoiding the main roads and sleeping in hollow logs or dense thickets. The dark elves had not given up their pursuit. Twice he had glimpsed their shadowy forms on distant ridgelines, scanning the countryside with unnatural patience. "I must reach Bree," he whispered to himself, clutching the hidden page as if it might dissolve into the morning mist. Find a ranger, someone who can guide me to Erebor. Fate, however, had different plans for the bookish hobbit. As he crested a small hill, a most peculiar scene greeted him, a lone dwarf sitting beside a broken wagon, hammering furiously at a bent axle while muttering colorful curses in Custal. The dwarf looked up as Mungo approached cautiously. For despite the impressive beard braided with silver beads, this was clearly a female dwarf, narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Well?" she demanded. "Are you going to stand there gawking, or might you lend a hand to a traveler in distress?" I'm afraid I know little about wagon repair," Mungo admitted. The dwarf snorted. "Of course not. Hobbits know of gardens and pantries, not iron and wheel hubs." She sighed deeply, setting down her hammer. "I am Enra, daughter of Nori of Erebor, master jewelsmith and apparently woefully inept wagon repairer, Erebor." Mungo's eyes widened. The Lonely Mountain? Something in his tone caught the dwarf's attention. She studied him more carefully, noting his travel-stained clothes and the wary look in his eyes. "What business would a hobbit have with Erebor? Your kind rarely venture beyond your little country." Before Mungo could answer, a haunting bird call echoed from the woods behind them, a sound no natural bird would make. The hobbit paled. "They've found me," he whispered. And Ra was on her feet in an instant, a throwing axe appearing in her hand as if by magic. "Who has found you, halfling? Speak quickly." In a tumble of hurried words, Mungo explained about the hidden page, the dark elves, and the secret of dragon tongue hidden beneath Erebor. To his surprise, the dwarf's expression transformed from suspicion to fierce determination. "The dark elves of Mirkwood's ruins," she growled. "Exiles who refused the light, now serving a master they name only as the Lingerer. They have been seeking forgotten magics to strengthen their position." She gave Mungo an appraising look. "It seems you carry something of great value indeed." Without further discussion, she hauled the hobbit into her wagon, concealing him beneath canvas and trade goods. "We travel together now, Mungo Baggins. My journey home to Erebor has just become considerably more interesting." The city of Dale stood transformed in the autumn sunlight, its reconstructed towers and colorful banners a testament to the prosperity that had returned to the lands around the Lonely Mountain. Mungo gazed in wonder from the back of Enra's wagon as they passed through the bustling gates, where men, dwarves, and even a few elves from the woodland realm traded goods and stories. "Keep your head down," Enra cautioned. "Dark elves cannot walk openly here, but they have spies everywhere." They had traveled for weeks, taking circuitous routes through the Wilderland, encountering dangers that had tested Mungo's courage more than once. Along the way, they had gained another companion Herrick, a taciturn bard from Dale with a scarred face and a voice that could charm birds from trees when he chose to use it. "I still don't understand why you joined our quest," Mungo said to the bard as they navigated Dale's crowded market square. Herrick's eyes, gray as a winter sky, flicked toward the hobbit. "Let's just say I have a vested interest in anything concerning dragons and their legacies." The bard pulled back his sleeve to reveal an old burn that twisted up his forearm, a burn in the distinctive pattern of dragonfire, though such wounds should have been impossible for decades. "Some fires never truly die," he said cryptically, covering the scar once more. "Some things merely slumber, waiting to be awakened." They lodged that night in a modest inn near Dale's eastern wall. As darkness fell, Enra spread Bilbo's hidden page on a table between them, weighing its corners with daggers. "We cannot approach the main gates of Erebor," she explained, tracing routes on a small map of the mountain. "The dark elves will expect that. We must find another way inside." Herrick nodded toward the page. Does the ring-bearer's note give any clue? Mungo studied the faded writing, reading aloud. Look where the thrush knocks. When the setting sun of Durin's day illuminates the keyhole, that's a reference to how Thorin's company found the secret door into Erebor. But that door is well known now. And Ra objected. It would be guarded. Wait, Mungo said, excitement building in his voice. Bilbo writes here about another entrance one even Thorin didn't know about. A passage once used by dragons themselves, hidden beneath the waterfall on the mountain's eastern face, as if summoned by the revelation. A shadow passed over the window. Herrick was on his feet instantly, dousing the lantern, while En-Ra pulled Mungo away from the table. "They're here," she whispered. The waterfall roared down the mountainside like liquid silver in the moonlight, its spray creating dancing rainbows even in darkness. Behind its curtain, Mungo, En-Ra, and Herrick huddled on a narrow ledge, searching for any sign of the hidden entrance described in Bilbo's notes. "It should be here," Mungo insisted, running his fingers over the slick stone. The page mentioned a carving of a dragon's eye that marks the spot. Their escape from Dale had been narrow indeed. The dark elves had surrounded the inn, led by the same tall figure who had confronted Mungo in the library. Only Herrick's unexpected knowledge of Dale's ancient smuggling tunnels had allowed them to slip away toward the mountain. "We have perhaps an hour before they track us here," Herrick said, constantly scanning the darkness behind them. En-Ra's hand suddenly froze against the rock face. "I found something," she announced, brushing away centuries of mineral deposits to reveal an almost imperceptible etching in the stone. A draconic eye, its pupil a vertical slit, stared back at them. The dwarf pressed her palm against the carving, muttering words in ancient Khuzdul. With a grinding sound that was swallowed by the waterfall's roar, a section of the wall slid inward, revealing a dark tunnel barely large enough for a dwarf to walk upright. "How did you know what to say?" Mungo asked, amazed. A tight smile crossed En-Ra's face. "The craftsmen of Erebor have passed down many secrets. Not all knowledge was lost to dragon fire. They entered the passage just as distant torchlight appeared on the path behind them." The door slid closed automatically, plunging them into absolute darkness, until En-Ra struck a spark to light a small lantern. The tunnel slopped downward at a gentle angle, its walls smooth as glass in some places, bearing scorch marks in others. The air grew increasingly warm and smelled faintly of sulfur. "Dragons," Herrick whispered reverently, running his scarred hand along the wall. This was indeed their path after what felt like hours of careful descent. The passage opened suddenly into a vast chamber that drew gasps from all three companions. They stood on a ledge overlooking an underground lake of perfect stillness, its black surface reflecting the crystalline formations that hung from the distant ceiling. At the chamber's center rose an island of stone, and upon it stood a pedestal carved in the likeness of a dragon's claw, clutching a book bound in what appeared to be scaled leather. "Bilbo's manuscript," Mungo breathed. "No," came a melodious voice from behind them. "My manuscript." They whirled to find the tall, dark elf and his companions emerging from another tunnel entrance, bows drawn and aimed at their hearts. "I must commend you on leading us directly to our prize," the elf continued, his perfect features twisted in a cruel smile. "I am Medros the Lingerer, last prince of a forgotten realm. That book contains knowledge my master requires. Your master?" Herrick demanded, his hand slipping toward the hidden knife in his boot. "One who remembers the glory of the elder days and would restore their wonder to this diminished world," Medros gestured toward the manuscript. "The dragon tongue holds power to awaken things long dormant, including the stone guardians of the ancient world, Colossi that once walked these lands in the service of their creators. Understanding dawned on Mungo like a cold sunrise. You want to raise an army of stone giants, giants bound to serve whoever awakens them with the proper words. Medros confirmed. Now retrieve the book. Halfling, or watch your companions die. Mungo stepped forward as if to obey, his mind racing. The bridge to the island was narrow, barely wide enough for single-file crossing. As he reached its midpoint, an idea formed desperate, perhaps suicidal, but their only chance. You know, he called back, my ancestor Bilbo was known for his riddles. Retrieve the book. Medros commanded. And he wrote here. Mungo pulled out the hidden page that the guardians of the manuscript were awakened by a simple phrase. Before anyone could stop him, the hobbit called out in a clear voice, Narthus Yulin Sheketh. Words he did not understand, copied phonetically from Bilbo's page. Words in dragon tongue. The chamber trembled. The still lake rippled. And then, from the depths, something vast began to rise, a serpentine form of luminescent blue, its eyes like molten gold, its body trailing ghostly light as it ascended. The guardian, and Ra gasped. Not a stone giant, a spirit dragon. The spectral dragon rose fully from the lake, water passing through its translucent form. It fixed its gaze on the intruders, and when it spoke, its voice resonated like thunder in the chamber. Who disturbs my slumber with the old tongue? Medros and his followers loosed arrows that passed harmlessly through the apparition. The dark elf's composure shattered as the dragon's ghostly head swung toward him. You seek to bind what cannot be bound, elf child. You seek mastery where only guardianship was intended. With a roar that shook loose stones from the ceiling, the spirit dragon lunged. The dark elves fled in terror, their screams echoing back through the tunnels until silence once again claimed the chamber. The dragon turned its attention to Mungo, who stood trembling but resolute on the bridge. Approach, little one. Few mortals have spoken the waking words in an age of the world on shaking legs. Mungo crossed to the island, where he found not just one manuscript, but a small library of books collected by Bilbo during his final journey east, preserved in this secret place against a future need. He knew, Mungo realized aloud. Bilbo knew the knowledge shouldn't be destroyed, but neither should it fall into the wrong hands. The dragon's spectral form coiled around the island. The ring-bearer was wise. He understood that knowledge is neither good nor evil. Only ITS-USC determines ITS nature when they finally emerged from the mountain, carrying carefully selected volumes that the dragon had permitted them to take. Dawn was breaking over Dale. The dark elves had vanished, though whether they had fled or met some other fate in the depths remained unknown. What will you do now? And Ra asked as they gazed across the valley. Mungo considered the books in his arms, not the complete dragon tongue manuscript, which would remain guarded by its spectral keeper, but translations and histories that Bilbo had deemed safe for the world to rediscover. Take these back to the Shire, he decided. Add them to the library. After all, as Bilbo always said, every good adventure should end with a story worth telling. Eric smiled, the first genuine smile they had seen on his scarred face. And every ending is just another beginning in disguise. Far below in Dale, life continued its rhythms, unaware of the dangers averted or the wonders discovered beneath the mountain. And in a hidden chamber, guarded by a spirit of ancient days, a manuscript of power waited, neither destroyed nor misused, but preserved for an age when the world might be ready for its secrets. Some treasures, after all, are measured not in gold, but in words preserved against the long darkness. Story 5. The Blue Mountains loomed against the twilight sky like ancient sentinels, their peaks wreathed in clouds that glowed crimson and gold in the dying light. Shadows lengthened across the valley of Erdluin, creeping toward the small hobbit settlement that had existed there since the days after the War of the Ring. Unlike their kin in the distant Shire, these hobbits lived in the shadow of dwarven ruins and elven legends, their gardens and round doors nestled against stone carved by forgotten hands. Among them dwelled Peregrine Took the Younger, great-grandson of the legendary Pippin who had once marched with kings and witnessed the fall of Sauron himself. Unlike his illustrious ancestor, this Peregrine Perry to his friends had never ventured beyond the borders of the settlement. His days were spent cataloging ancient texts in the modest library built generations ago by Took pioneers who believed knowledge from the wider world should be preserved. Perry sat now in this library as dusk gathered, a leather-bound volume open before him, its pages illuminated by a single lantern. Outside, a wind rose suddenly, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something wild and ancient, that made the hairs on Perry's feet stand on end. Master Took. The library door burst open to reveal Lily Brandybuck, her round face flushed with excitement. There's a wizard at the meeting hall. A real wizard with staff and hat and everything. Perry looked up, spectacles sliding down his nose. A wizard? Don't be ridiculous, Lily. There hasn't been a wizard in these parts since Gandalf the White departed over the sea, interrupted a deep voice from the doorway. The figure that ducked beneath the hobbit-sized lintel was tall and stooped, wrapped in robes of earthy brown. His beard was not white, but the russet color of autumn leaves, and atop his head sat a battered hat adorned with what appeared to be actual mushrooms. Most striking of all were his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, and the deep amber of tree sap in sunlight. Radagast, the wizard, introduced himself with a slight bow that sent several small creatures scurrying within his voluminous sleeves. Radagast the Brown, keeper of beasts and growing things, Perry stood so quickly that his chair toppled backward. Every hobbit child had heard tales of the wizards Gandalf the Grey who became white, Saruman who fell to darkness, and Radagast who spoke with birds and beasts. Yet this one had always seemed more legend than reality. "What brings you to our settlement, Master Radagast?" Perry asked, struggling to maintain composure. The wizard's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. A shadow stirs in the mountains, Master Took. An ancient power awakens from slumber, and ancient prophecies must now be fulfilled. He fixed those ember eyes on Perry. The last dragon of the west stirs beneath Mount Dolmed, and only the flame bearer can prevent the devastation that will follow. Perry blinked in confusion. Dragon? Flame bearer? I don't understand. Radagast approached, towering over the small hobbit. From within his robes, he produced a small wooden box carved with runes that seemed to shift and change even as Perry looked at them. With reverent care, the wizard opened the box to reveal a stone the size of a robin's egg, glowing with inner fire that cast dancing shadows across the library walls. The flame of all, Radagast intoned. Forged in the earliest days of Arda by the great smith himself, wielded by Gil-galad against the darkness, and hidden away after his fall. It has slept as long as the dragon has slept, awaiting the one destined to bear it. And you think, me? Perry's voice rose an octave. But I'm just a librarian. A smile cracked through Radagast's solemn expression. Your ancestor was just a Took before he helped save all Middle-earth. The prophecy is clear when the great worm of the west stirs from slumber in the blue mountain's heart. One of small stature, but ancient lineage shall bear the divine flame that both awakens and subdues. Perry stared at the glowing stone, its light reflecting in his wide eyes. Why me? Why not a dwarf warrior or an elven hero? Because, Radagast replied simply, it has chosen you, as if in response, the stone pulls brighter, and Perry felt a warmth spread through his body, a connection forming between himself and the ancient artifact. Outside, thunder rolled across the valley, though no clouds had marred the sky moments before. "It begins," Radagast whispered. By dawn, Perry found himself on a path he had never imagined walking. A company formed in desperate haste as tremors shook the blue mountains throughout the night. The flame of all hung from a mithril chain around his neck, concealed beneath his travel waistcoat, but warm against his skin like a living ember. Beside him walked Radagast, staff in hand and birds circling overhead as his scouts. Behind them came an unlikely trio, Durga, a female dwarf guard from the nearby settlement of Nogrid, her axe gleaming and her eyes constantly scanning for danger. Findle, an elven archer whose silence spoke of secrets, and whose gaze often lingered on the northern peaks with something akin to dread. And Bremen, a tall man of Gondorian descent whose family had settled in the north as envoys after the War of the Ring. "The entrance to the ancient dwarf road lies ahead," Durga announced as they approached a cliff face seemingly no different from any other. "It will lead us beneath the mountains, following paths my ancestors carved before dragons ever came to these lands, and if we encounter the dragon itself," Bremen asked, hand resting on his sword hilt. "Then we die gloriously in flame," the dwarf responded with grim humor. Unless our halfling's trinket proves as mighty as the wizard claims, Perry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their expectations heavier than the stone against his chest. "I still don't understand how I'm supposed to use this thing." Radagast has explained nothing. Findle spoke for the first time that day, his voice melodious yet edged with something ancient and sorrowful. "Some magics cannot be taught, only discovered in the moment of need. The flame bearer does not wield, he channels. Or so the old songs tell, comforting," Perry muttered, following Durga as she pressed her hands against the stone in a complex pattern, revealing a doorway where solid rock had appeared to stand. The passage beyond descended steeply, carved steps worn smooth by thousands of feet that had not walked these ways in an age of the world. Durga produced a crystal that glowed with inner light dwarven craft. She explained illuminating walls carved with scenes of ancient glory, dwarves mining precious metals, crafting works of wonder, and building vast halls beneath the mountains. As they ventured deeper, the air grew warmer, carrying a faint sulfurous scent that made Perry's nose wrinkle. The stone against his chest pulsed more frequently now, its warmth increasing with each step downward. "We approach the deep places," Radagast murmured. "The dragon's stench grows stronger. After hours of descent, the passage opened suddenly into a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. Durga's light crystal revealed only hints of its immensity, pillars thick, as ancient trees supporting a weight that could crush kingdoms, a bridge of stone spanning a chasm from which heat rose like summer above a cooking fire. "The great forge of Nogrid," Durga whispered reverently, "not seen by dwarven eyes in over an age. It was here the greatest treasures of my people were crafted, including the Noglamar that caused so much blood and sorrow as they crossed the bridge." A deep rumbling shook dust from unseen heights. The stone around Perry's neck burned suddenly hot, causing him to gasp and clutch it through his waistcoat. "It awakens," Findle said, knocking an arrow to his bow. The prophecy unfolds at the center of the immense chamber, beyond the ancient forge, whose coals had long grown cold. A section of the floor began to crack and shift. Something massive moved beneath the stone, pushing upward with irresistible force, until the floor shattered completely, revealing a pit of darkness from which emerged a creature of nightmare and legend. Scales the color of tarnished gold reflected Durga's light as the dragon rose, its body sinuous and terrible in its grace. Its wings unfurled like vast leather sails, stirring ancient dust into choking clouds. Last came its head noble and awful, with eyes of molten amber that held the wisdom and malice of countless centuries. I smell. Light, the dragon rumbled, its voice vibrating through stone and bone alike. After an age of darkness, I smell the light of the firstborn days. Its massive head swung toward Perry, nostrils flaring. You carry it, little thing. The firestone of the smith god. The flame that binds, Bremen drew his sword with a ring of steel that seemed pitiful in the vast chamber. Durga readied her axe, and Findle drew his bowstring taut. Only Radagast remained calm, leaning on his staff, as if at a pleasant garden gathering rather than before a creature of ancient destruction. Remember the prophecy Peregrine took, the wizard called. The flame that both awakens and subdues, the dragon advanced across the chamber, each step causing tremors that threatened to collapse the bridge behind them. Perry stood frozen, the stone now burning against his skin like a coal. When he finally managed to draw it forth, its light blazed like a captured star, casting long shadows behind the dragon's massive form. The firestone remembers me, the dragon hissed, drawing ever closer. As I remember it, the binding chain, the will taker, the glory thief, realization dawned on Perry like a sunrise. You're not just any dragon. You're a guardian. A protector corrupted, the dragon's eyes narrowed, smoke curling from its nostrils. Once I was Caladrian, shield of the western gates, ally to the bearded mountain delvers. Then came the darkness, the shadow from the east that twisted all fair things to foul purpose. Morgoth, Findle whispered. The first Dark Lord corrupted you, as he corrupted so many, and bound me to slumber when my usefulness ended, the dragon snarled. Until the firestone's light called me back to wakefulness and hunger, Perry's mind raced through ancient texts he had studied, fragments of lore suddenly connecting like constellations forming a pattern. The flame of all was not a weapon, but a tool of restoration rather than destruction. With hands that shook but did not falter, the hobbit stepped forward, raising the glowing stone. I am no warrior or wizard, he said, his voice steadier than he felt. But I know stories, histories, truths forgotten by all but the oldest books. You were made by All-S hand before Morgoth stole and twisted you. This flame bears your maker's touch. It remembers what you were meant to be. The dragon reared back, torn between hunger for the stone and fear of its light. Smoke poured from its maw as internal fires stoked to killing heat. Perry closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth in his hand, letting it flow through him, not trying to direct or control, but simply to channel, as Findle had said. Words came to his lips in a language he had never learned, but somehow knew, ancient Quenya that predated even the oldest texts in his library. The stone's light intensified until it shone through Perry's very skin, illuminating him from within like a lantern. The dragon roared and mingled pain and recognition as the light touched it, burning away centuries of corruption like mist under summer sun. Its scales shifted, the tarnished gold brightening to shining copper and bronze. Its eyes cleared from hateful amber to a clear azure that reflected the stone's holy fire. Most striking of all, its form seemed to straighten, shedding a twisted aspect that none had recognized until it was gone. I remember, Caladrian rumbled, voice transformed from threatening growl to something like distant thunder over mountains. I was guardian of the western gates, protector of the children of all. Perry lowered the stone, its light now gentle rather than blinding. And you can be again, if you choose. The dragon lowered its great head until its eyes were level with the hobbits. You bear the flame not to destroy, but to restore. Not to command, but to heal. A sound like mountain stones settling emanated from its chest, a dragon's laughter. The prophecy spoke true. Small stature indeed, but wisdom beyond measure. When Perry took return to the Hobbit settlement 3 days later, many things had changed. A dragon now slumbered peacefully in the restored halls of Nogrid, no longer corrupted, but returned to its original purpose as guardian. Durga had remained behind with several of her kin, reclaiming ancient dwarven halls with the blessing of their unexpected protector. Findle had departed northward, his own quest renewed by hope, where once there had been only grim duty. Bremen accompanied Perry home before continuing to Gondor with news of the awakened guardian, news that would be received with both wonder and caution in the White City. As for Radagast, he retrieved the flame of all with gentle hands. It has served its purpose for now, the wizard explained, though I suspect your connection to it remains. Young took. Some bonds, once forged, transcend physical presence. Perry watched the wizard depart with mixed feelings. Life would return to its quiet, routine mornings in the garden, afternoons in the library, evenings by the fire. Yet something had awakened within him, as surely as within the dragon, understanding that even the smallest person might carry a light capable of transforming darkness, not through destruction, but through the harder, more enduring path of healing. That night, as he added his own account to the leather-bound chronicles of his family, Perry felt a warmth in his chest where the stone had rested, a reminder that magic, real magic, wasn't found in artifacts or incantations, but in the courage to face darkness with compassion rather than fear. Outside his window, stars glittered like scattered embers against the velvet sky, and somewhere beneath the mountains, a dragon dreamed of its restored purpose, guarding the deepest places of the world, not from mankind, but for it, until the ending of the age. Story 6. Deep within the old forest, where ancient trees stood as silent witnesses to ages long past, something had awakened. The hobbits of Buckland first noticed the change when the morning mists lingered longer than usual, curling between trunks like spectral fingers. Then came the whispers, soft rustlings that might have been dismissed as wind through leaves, had there been any breeze to speak of. But it was the dreams that truly frightened them. Visions of roots pulling free from earth, of branches reaching with malevolent purpose into hobbit holes while their occupants slept. In the quaint village of Waterbank, nestled against the very edge of the forest, Folko Thistledown tended his garden with the practiced care that had earned him renown throughout the Shire. Unlike most hobbits, whose interest in plants extended only to what might eventually grace their dinner tables, Folko communed with his garden in ways others found peculiar. He spoke to his tomatoes as they ripened, sang to his prize-winning pumpkins in the evenings, and sometimes, when he thought no one was watching, pressed his ear to the soil as if listening for secrets buried beneath. "The trees are angry," he murmured one morning, fingers buried in the rich earth of his flower bed. The soil felt different, colder, somehow reluctant to yield to his touch. Something was changing in the hidden places where roots intertwined beneath the ground. That very afternoon, as Folko was pruning his prize roses, a commotion erupted in the village square. A group of hobbits had gathered around the well, their voices rising in alarm. At their center stood young Poppy Brambleberry, her face ashen, clutching her son Pip to her chest. "It nearly took him," she cried when Folko approached. "A branch, it reached right through his window. If I hadn't heard him cry out," the crowd of hobbits murmured fearfully, casting nervous glances toward the forest looming beyond the village boundaries. Old Buffin, the village elder, shook his head gravely. First the Proudfoot sheep driven from their pasture, then the Burrows family's vegetable patch torn up by the roots, and now this. "The forest has turned against us. Mark my words. But why?" asked Folko, frowning. The old forest has stood peaceful for generations. Why would it turn hostile now? No one had an answer, but that night, as Folko lay in his bed, the answer came to him. Not in words precisely, but in sensations that flowed like sap through his consciousness. He dreamed of a spring unlike any that flowed in the waking world, crystal waters infused with ancient magic, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. He saw it corrupted, its once clear waters now dark and viscous, spreading poison through the roots of every tree it touched. Folko awoke at dawn, the dream still vivid in his mind. Without hesitation, he packed a small satchel with provisions, seed cakes, a water flask, and most importantly, his gardening shears, worn smooth from decades of use. There was something else he needed, though he couldn't have explained why. From a locked chest beneath his bed, he removed a small crystal vial filled with water collected from a pool where, it was said, elves had once bathed under starlight. The village was still slumbering when Folko slipped past its borders and into the waiting shadows of the old forest. The moment he crossed the threshold, the atmosphere changed palpably. The air grew thick with tension, and the trees seemed to lean toward him, their gnarled branches reaching just a little too deliberately. "I mean no harm," Folko said aloud, feeling somewhat foolish addressing the trees. Yet he could have sworn the branches hesitated, drawing back slightly as if considering his words. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest's malevolence pressed against him. Roots snaked across the path, attempting to trip his feet. Low-hanging branches whipped at his face. Shadows deepened unnaturally, making the path ahead nearly impossible to discern. Yet Folko pressed on, guided by some instinct that had awakened within him, a connection to growing things that transcended ordinary hobbit sensibilities. By midday, Folko had reached a part of the forest where few hobbits had ever trodden. Here, the trees grew so densely that their canopies blotted out the sun entirely, creating a perpetual twilight. Mushrooms with faintly luminescent caps provided the only illumination, marking a path that seemed suspiciously deliberate. Following this eerie trail, Folko came upon a massive oak tree, its trunk so wide that 10 hobbits' linking hands could not have encircled it. Unlike the other trees, which bristled with hostile energy, this ancient giant emanated sorrow. Its branches drooped as if in mourning, and its leaves, though still green, hung limply. At the base of the tree lay the source of its grief, a pool of water, once clearly magical, now tarry and black. Floating on its surface was the broken half of a wizard's staff, its splintered wood leaking a poisonous energy that tainted the sacred waters. "So this is the cause," Folko whispered, kneeling beside the pool. A voice answered, not in words, but in the creaking of wood and rustling of leaves. The great oak was communicating with him, showing him visions of what had occurred. A battle between wizards that had taken place centuries ago, forgotten by all but the oldest trees. One wizard had fallen, his corrupted staff breaking and landing in the sacred pool, its dark magic lying dormant until recently awakened by something. The vision wasn't clear on what had triggered the awakening, only that the poison now spread through the entire forest, turning its natural wariness of outsiders into active malice. Folko's hand went to the crystal vial at his belt. The elven water within, could it counteract the corruption? It seemed too little to purify the entire pool, yet something told him it might be enough to start the process. Before he could uncork the vial, however, a tremendous groan of wood announced a new presence. From the shadows emerged a figure not quite tree, not quite man. Its body was formed of gnarled wood, its face a mask of bark with hollows for eyes and mouth. Roots served as its feet, anchoring it to the forest floor with each ponderous step. "Forest guardian," Folko gasped, recognizing the being from old Hobbit Tales told to frighten children. The guardian regarded him with eyes like dark knots in wood. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of branches breaking in winter storms. "Little digger," it rumbled, "you trespass in realms beyond your understanding." Folko stood his ground, though his knees threatened to buckle. "I came to help. The forest is poisoned. It's harming my people, your people," the guardian echoed, contempt evident in its creaking voice. "Who cut and burn and take without thought. The forest remembers the axes of hobbits, the fires of men. Not all of us are thoughtless," Folko replied, standing straighter. "Some of us listen. Some of us give back to the earth what we take, to demonstrate." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a handful of seeds, rare flowers he had cultivated over years, each one nurtured with care and patience. He knelt and pressed them into the soil near the corrupted pool. "I offer new life," he said simply. The guardian tilted its wooden head, surprised by this unexpected gesture. For a long moment, it studied Folko with those depthless eyes. Then slowly, it extended a branch-like limb toward the corrupted pool. "The poison spreads," it acknowledged. "Soon, all that grows will be twisted by its touch. If you truly wish to help, little digger, the task is beyond mere seeds." Folko nodded, uncorking the crystal vial. "This water was blessed by elves in the time before the Shire was settled. It may not be enough, but it's a beginning." The guardian considered this, then made a decision. It plunged its root-like fingers into the earth and drew forth a small object, a seed unlike any Folko had ever seen, glowing with a faint inner light. "The last seed of Lorlan," the guardian explained, noting Folko's wonder. "Entrusted to the forest's keeping when the Eldar departed these shores. It was to remain dormant until the world had need of its light once more." Folko's eyes widened. Even a hobbit with limited knowledge of ancient lore knew of Lorlan, one of the two trees that had illuminated Valinor before the sun and moon were created. "Plant it in the heart of the corruption," the guardian instructed. "Water it with your elven drops. If your purpose is truly pure, it may be enough." With trembling hands, Folko took the luminous seed. He knelt at the edge of the befouled pool and dug a small hole in the dark soil with his fingers. Into this, he placed the seed, then emptied the crystal vial over it. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a soft sigh like the first breeze of spring, a sprout emerged from the soil, a slender tendril of gold that grew even as they watched, unfurling leaves that glowed with gentle radiance. The effect on the pool was immediate. Where the light touched the corrupted water, the darkness receded, transforming back into crystal clarity. The broken staff, exposed by the retreating corruption, rose to the surface, where the forest guardian grasped it with wooden fingers and crushed it to dust. "It will take time for the forest to heal completely," the guardian said, its voice softening to the whisper of leaves in a gentle breeze. "But heal it will, thanks to your intervention, little gardener." Folko watched in awe as the sapling of Lorlan continued to grow, its light spreading through the forest. Already, he could feel the change in the atmosphere, the hostility fading, replaced by a watchful neutrality that, while not entirely friendly, no longer threatened immediate harm. "What can I do to ensure this never happens again?" Folko asked. "How can I help the hobbits and the forest live in harmony?" The guardian considered this question carefully. "The old forest needs a voice among your kind," it finally said. "One who understands both worlds and can speak for those who communicate in ways hobbits have forgotten how to hear." It extended a wooden hand, offering Folko a small object, what appeared to be an ordinary acorn, save for the faint golden veins running through its shell. "Plant this at the boundary between forest and field," the guardian instructed. "Tend it as it grows. Through it, you will hear the forest's voice, and through you, the forest will understand the ways of hobbits. Folko accepted the acorn with reverence, tucking it safely into his pocket. As he prepared to leave, the guardian spoke once more. Remember, Folko Thistledown, you walk into worlds now. The path of a guardian is not an easy one, but few are better suited to it than those who already speak with growing things. The journey back to Waterbank seemed shorter somehow. The forest no longer impeding his progress, but rather guiding him with subtle signs: a bent twig here, a patch of brighter moss there. By nightfall, Folko emerged from the trees, the forest behind him now quiet and still in a way that suggested thoughtfulness rather than menace. The following day, at the very edge of his garden, where it met the first trees of the old forest, Folko planted the acorn given to him by the guardian. Within a week, it had sprouted into a sapling with leaves that shimmered gold in certain lights. Within a year, it had grown taller than any hobbit, its branches providing shade for both Folko's garden and the edge of the forest. And if the hobbits of Waterbank noticed that Folko Thistledown seemed to spend more and more time with his ear pressed not just to the soil, but to the trunk of that unusual tree, they said nothing. They only knew that the forest troubles had ceased, and that when decisions needed to be made regarding wood cutting or foraging, Folko's counsel was suddenly sought by even the most practical of hobbits. For in a world where magic slowly faded, where the elves had departed and wizards wandered more rarely, sometimes the most important guardians were those who understood the quiet magic of growing things, even if they stood no taller than a sapling themselves.